Has it done it? Are we live? Maybe. Possibly. Can you hear me? Please let me know. You know the drill. How's the audio versus the music? That's what I'd love to hear up front, just so I don't have to think about it. Welcome. Welcome. Rodya, welcome. Great to have you. Let's cool. So I've got my iPad here, got the chat. It's all happening. It is all happening. All right. TechCrem, recently discovered your channel and your first video was great. That honestly means a lot. Thank you so much. Thank you very, very much. And great to have you as well. Glad to have you on stream. We're going to have some fun today. Really looking forward to this one because stuff's starting to slowly come together. Awesome. Thank you, Rodya. All right. Let's ease into this one. We'll let a few people, and of course my pen tablet, as always, doesn't want to go to the correct thingamabob. All right. We should be good to go now. Let's open up a new window. No, new file. My operating system in here, taking its time to bloody kick in. That's all right. Still in the loading screen. All right, so look at this. Look at these graphics, baby. Look at that, professional. We don't mess around here. We do mess around quite a lot. Okay. Let's get rid of this white background just straight off the bat. Go to that neutral. Alright, let me just tweak one thing in stream. My channel. Go to this one. How do I... Okay, this is what I want. Now, can I change this? The viewer... No. Okay, so we've got like a 30 second limit on chat at the moment. Which is fine. It is what it is. Okay. Oh, easing into this with some smooth jazz. Well, it's not really jazz. I don't know what it is. Okay. So we're going to warm up. We're going to spend a good amount of time warming up, I think. That's what I feel like I need today. We're going to use some... because today's going to be a pretty environment heavy session. We're going to do some character stuff for sure, but I really want to nail this environment and getting it up to speed because our deadline is looming. We've got 11 days till deadline. So we need to get cracking. So let's have a look here. I like the look of this one. So this is for those playing at home. This is pure ref. And for those that are new, this is a 3-word character challenge. Oh, actually, last night I did hop onto Pinterest and I found a few that I want to add to my little reference collection. Art versus web. Good to see ya. What's the best way to practice anatomy and having a variety in your character faces? That is a very broad question, my friend. That's fine. There are no bad questions here, or wrong questions, or however you want to say it. Anatomy. Michael Hampton's book. Figure drawing, design, and invention. Fantastic. But what I like to do personally is actually go ahead. Sorry, I'm trying to do 2 things at once. And if you're familiar with these streams, I'm not very good at that. Trying to make it fun. So if you're looking at doing characters and that kind of thing, come up with an idea first. Like, figure out a story and see if you can, like, there's time for just straight up study, right? There's time to just knuckle down and figure out how the elbow works, right? 100%. But there are times to explore and experiment and do something and fold it into your own sort of characters or your own thing that you actually want to do, versus it just being like a very dry study session. So I'd recommend coming up with a character of your own or something like that in a pose that you want to do in like some sort of story situation, and then say, okay, I want them to be in this pose. All right, this knee's looking weird. Then's the time to go into the book and say, okay, how does Michael Hampton sort of structure that knee or the leg or the calf or whatever, you know what I mean? And then you can take that knowledge. There's also another really, if you want to get way into anatomy, Gold for Elliot Goldfinger, I think. Check out his book where it gives you like so much. Also Proco on YouTube, fantastic resource. But yeah, it's a roundabout way of saying try and have fun with it while you do it, because that's going to stick. Because you're going to remember that character. This all can change at any point in time. I could come back with a different answer next week as I continue to learn myself, right? But I feel like having a more of a connection with what you're studying, say if you're trying to do a particular thing with your character, you're going to remember that time that you try to get that knee in that correct position, or the torso or the hips, versus just one of the random times that you just did it in your sketchbook. You know what I mean? But there's times for that. Definitely, there's always times for that as well. Anyway, we're rambling. Melissa, great to have you. Good to see you. Take him, yeah, Elliot Goldfinger, I think. Ed, welcome, my friend. Okay, so environments. Look at these juicy little bloody shapes. I tell you what. Look at that. Work by Macy Sidorowicz. My apologies, I butchered that. But go check them out. I believe this pin board, whatever you'd call it, is available. So just hit us up on Pinterest. So I've saved these 2 environments. I mean, look at this. Yeah, this is a nut message, another one. This is environment goals right here. Zach Retz, this is beautiful. This gives me sort of Disney background painting vibes. Let's have a look at some more. Ooh, Henry Wong. Look at that. This is how we... I'm bloody half off the screen. My apologies. That's alright. Henry Wong. Beautiful. We'll throw that in here. Thank you very much, Henry. The simple shapes of Mark Boardman. Look at that. I like that vibe. And then, yeah, coupling this with my character stuff to make it my own, you know. Frank Ordaz. Look at this. I mean, you can almost be there, right? It's like, light, colour. It's so beautiful. Now you might notice my voice is a little bit raspy. You might not as well if you've never heard me before. I had a bit of a big night on Saturday, and that was 2 days ago. And I'm still feeling it. So yeah, my mate was he's getting married in the next couple of weeks, so we went out for a little bit of a celebration. It was fantastic fun. But I hate to say it, I don't bounce back as quick as I used to. That's all right. We'll get there. Now, my deepest apologies. This is beautiful work. I can't pronounce your name because I don't speak Japanese. I think this is Japanese by looking at the characters. So go check this out on my Pinterest. Roger, have you met Proco? I've had a Zoom call with Proco. That was very cool. Buggy Ben. Cool name. Nice one. What do you think when I draw? It really depends. It really depends on what I'm drawing. There's an analytical side to when I'm drawing. There's a more structural side. There's a more color side to what I'm thinking about. And I'll try and sort of think out loud. Oh, you got the OG Rob Ruppel. Absolute legend. I think I've got this one in here, but we'll just double it in there. Doesn't matter. Just in case we don't have it in there. Ray, welcome back, my friend. Good to see you. Jose, greetings from Nebraska. Great to have you, my friend. The Redacted, good to see you again. Silver, welcome. Oh man, get well soon. Oh, I'm well. I'm fine. I'm well. My voice is just the remnants. It's just the remnants of the other night, which was good. All right, let's get to these warm-ups, shall we? So I'll try and keep it in the frame. We got the coffee. That's all right. That's what we need. As always, if you have any questions whatsoever, throw them in chat. I'm here for it. This isn't a watch me draw. It is a I'm drawing. Come hang out. So let's do some rearranging. This is my only gripe with Pure Ref. It is bloody tricky to resize. It shouldn't be this hard. It's just like the event or like the hit target of the stretching it out is a little bit too tiny for me. Anyway, what I want to go these like real nice like simple shape, even if like because I'm going to be doing some of this grass stuff as well. So I reckon we might go with this one. Maybe I might even just copy it onto the bloody... There we go. Make it easy on ourselves. There we go. Bada bing, bada boom. All right. Let's go. Sugar Beats, welcome. Any animal sightings this week? Funnily enough, middle of the stream yesterday, I found out that a pigeon flew into our house because I left the door open. So that counts. I also saw a skink on the way to doing a little, because I help out at the university for software design and that sort of stuff. So on my way to that lecture, I longboarded in, so I parked pretty far away. Because I like the free parking and it gives me a little bit of exercise. So then I longboarded into the session, and yeah, there was a little skink, which I thought was cool. I also saw, because it's right near it's a beautiful spot, Adelaide, where I'm from. I love it. Like the university is right next to the zoo, and if I time it just right, I can almost get them like coming home or coming back to the car, I can see the giraffe sort of going back into his little home. So that's kind of cool as well. And then at that time of night, you got bats like flying all over the place. I might even I'll show you a bloody video of that, because I took a video because it was nuts. It was like sunset, bats going nuts. It was yeah, very cool. Oh, a house pigeon, yeah. Abdel, oh, sorry, my apologies. Hold on, I need to give this a shot. My brain's not working. Abdelrahman Ashraf. Hello, my friend. Welcome. Great to have you. Mo Graphic. Oh, we got some Californians in the house. I've done it a little bit earlier. I want to do this earlier, to sort of hit some time zones. Hit all the time zones. So it's currently 11:44 in the AM here. All right. So what I'm doing, this is literally just blocking in real simple shapes. Right? Super, super simple. I might even do this all lasso tool. I might not. Who knows? I'm not making any promises. But we can, we get my action. I'm going to share this eventually, like some of my actions that I'm using, because they're like super helpful. And with my little script, I mention this all the time, but I was very happy with the little script that I made. So I've got a fill action here, which is like Shift Command W, that just like fills in a selection with whatever the foreground color is. And my music stopped. Man, we're off to a funny start, aren't we? Let's go featured playlists. What are we feeling? I might just go, I just do my usual. Type in the keyword streaming. No, hold on. This is a playlist that I do. That'll do. All right, let's get back into it. Bloody hell, we're all over the place. Now, what I'm looking at here is the horizon line. And then we'll go use my script just to go tick it up. I've changed it to 5% that it increases and decreases. So if you look at here, you've got the brightness. So it goes up by 5% increments. That seemed a little bit, I might turn this down just a tad. I don't know if that music's too loud or if you can even hear it. But we'll see how we go. Right, so it's just a speed thing. It's just an efficiency thing. It doesn't affect my skill whatsoever. It's literally just, this is a problem that I had, and I bloody did something about it. Okay, so we've got the road here. The bats were probably affiliated with Batman and were just trying to find their way home to the Batcave. That's what I think every time. Every time I'm like, yep, that's what's happening. In a piece, hey Ben, is there a community board we can add our renderings for the challenges like Pinterest or Reddit? Discord in the description. Throw it in there, into the show off channel. Alright, so I'm thinking really simple shapes. I'm not thinking about brushwork at all, because that kind of stuff is, at least from what I've found, is that little cherry on top, you know. The brushwork doesn't mean bugger all if you haven't got the structure. Whoa, too dark, too dark. This is not a nighttime scene. No. Alright, let's give ourselves some real estate here. Beautiful. And even knock this down a little bit more. No. Get out of town. Alright. So we've got that road. Now we want, I've got to get into the habit of working back to front. So we'll back like in the furthest background and then sort of bringing it forward. So let's think about these clouds, hey? So these clouds are wicked. I want to get some of this angularity. And the cool thing is about these clouds in particular, they've got dimension. They look like three-dimensional like things in the sky, which, spoiler alert, clouds are, as far as I know. As far as I can tell, at least. What is the animal that you saw? It's called a skink. I think it was, I don't know, some sort of lizard. I think that's what it's called. Alright. Also, quick tip that I've been learning is things in the background are lighter, generally speaking, and things in the foreground get a little bit darker. I don't think that's like, just like with anything, it's not like a super hard and fast rule, but it's something that we could use. Whoop, we need to go the opposite way. Down a little bit more. So that's the grass bit here. I'm not even thinking about that house just yet. Because you'll notice here, even in this like hilly bit. Ba-bow. Ba-ba. You can see that this is just a little bit brighter than what's going on here. So it sort of like pushes it back into perspective. And then you've got this focal point. So I'm just going to try it at my best. I just love the angular. It's like real, but it's not. But it is. But it's not. It's wicked. Alright, so we've got our silhouette. We'll bloody make it a little bit brighter. And then we can go and use that shape. Maybe I might even have that shape on its own layer. So I'm utilizing multiple, like I'm thinking about multiple things at the moment. I'm thinking about the size of things. So you see these like little shapes in the background, like the scale of stuff. That helps show perspective. And at the same time, I'm thinking about the values of things. Alright, so now we can throw the roof on old mate here, and I hate it when that does that. I can say Abdo. Alright, Abdo. Thank you. Thanks so much, Sugar Beats. No, it means a lot. I've got some good feedback on that. I'm itching to get the next one out. It was such a fun process to actually play with, and it's just another like, I personally don't understand when like it's another like art thing, right? It's like, how do you structure this? Where's the story in it? How are the visuals? You know what I mean? Like, I get just as much of enjoyment as I do when I do like the Instagram, like sketch notes, as now I do with making sort of longer form videos. It's like really bloody fun. And I'm thinking of like sharing my process of what I was thinking about on each video as well. I think that would just be a cool thing to document for myself. And like as I evolve as a, I guess, YouTube, I don't know, what you call it? I'm not calling myself a YouTuber until I've got like 100 videos. But someone that is experimenting with the video medium. It's, yeah, really, really good fun. So thanks so much, Sugar Beats. Oh, and Roger as well. No, it means a lot. I'll hit 1 million subs soon. Appreciate it. You can see the future. Oh, look, I hope you're right, Sugar Beats. That'd be lovely. But as long as the main thing is I've got to keep it fun for myself as well. It is very easy to overdo it with some of this stuff and like make it your whole life and be like more. Got to pump more out. It's got to be a balance, right? That's why I like doing these live streams. These are more chilled. Just hanging out with you guys. Again, for those that are here, appreciate you popping in, keeping me company. It means a lot. All right, so here, even at this stage, we've got some structure going, just with simple shapes. This is the coolest part of this kind of stuff, right? It's just simple shapes. The Redacted, I recently received a one-time activation code for Clip Studio Paint from, awesome. I one day hope someone can create a superhero similar to Batman or Spawn, but instead of a British butler, the hero has a father figure like Alfred that is Australian. Maybe I'm Alfred, there you go. Master Wayne. But no, he's got to be Australian, doesn't he? Frenchie, good to see you, my friend. Good to have you back. Okay, so I'm not going to be as structured with this. This is just, as you can see in the high quality graphics right here, just a warm up. So I want to start thinking about some of this texture. You got to, like, I'm even observing. So this is how I study, right? I'm observing the reasons why. Like, even, I'm not just throwing texture down because texture's cool. I mean, texture is cool, but why is it here? What? No, I don't want to quit. I've got to change this shortcut because it's dangerously close to quit application. All right, I'm looking at the direction of some of this stuff, right? Making it feel like it makes sense. The texture of the road gives us indication of the perspective that is sitting in as well. Right, so we can just start playing around, adding different shapes, just using the lasso tool and this camera. I'm going to get a new camera because it's messing about. Even like this little grass texture, right? There's going to be like a couple of way too dark, better, right? But there's direction to it. It's got some, I guess you could say track, like as if like a car's gone through there or something. Oh, I want to try out, I believe it was Duncan from last week, this using the line tool. But the line tool, we can start putting in even more like graphical shapes pretty quickly, right? And in doing that, it gives us some, like, we can even pump up the jam and like the size of some of these lines. Just add some of that like texture in here, change it up, do a couple that are darker. All right, and as it goes back into space, I want to actually hook up a shortcut to quickly change the what's the word? The bloody size of this line tool. But so you can like quickly make some of these like smaller buildings in the background, which is wicked. Because I remember I was actually listening to Rob Ruppel. I'm getting too fancy with his name. Rob Ruppel. One of his interviews is that this was one of his exercises that he got his students to do, is just use the line tool. So we're starting to get a bit of depth now. So even like it's zoomed out. I've got to push some of these values a little bit more, but that's fine. We can do that. Please draw a face one. I want to see your method working live. I'm going to be doing a lot more lives, and we'll be doing all sorts of stuff. But this stuff is kind of out of my comfort zone, right? And this is what it's all about. I might even do some different streams, like, and name them like out of your comfort zone stream, where it's like something that I'm not used to doing at all. And I might do, yeah, because I feel like drawing some faces today, actually. I don't know why. It's more of a compulsion than anything, but I'll just, yeah, maybe I'll do like one little warm-up sketch, because I do have to do a bit of character work as well. Alright, now because there's a bit of shadow in here, I can see that there's going to be a little bit darker value. How that house is occluding the shrubbery. Right, this is such a fun way to work. Like I'm doing it live. I've not done this too much before, so this is really fun. Now I can notice that sky needs to be a little bit lighter. That's all right. We can even go back to the clouds. Alpha lock those bad boys. And just add in maybe a little bit of a lighter shadow to the bottom of those clouds. Right, this cloud doesn't have to be perfect, but just to show that cloud a little bit more. Have everybody hovering on top. Yeah, I want to take some of this inspiration of the clouds and sort of bring it into my own. Jay, I appreciate it, my friend. The combinations of methods remind me of Chris Legaspi. He's fantastic. Highly recommend checking out his stuff. Oh, he studied under Steve Houston, did he? Awesome. That's what I love finding out about artists. Like, who did you learn from? And where do I get their course? That's like something I'm always on the hunt for. Let's go back to the line tool. Let's knock these down in value a little bit. These little shrubby bits. Actually, I'm wondering, if I do this, can I turn this into Oh, I can't do pixels. Bugger. That's annoying. That's alright. Maybe I'll do some circles as pixels. There we go. That works. Add some sort of shape variation. That makes sense. So this is actually sort of giving this middle ground, foreground, some sort of barrier, I guess. This is all just guessing as well. I've got no clue. This is just what I'm sort of observing. So let's add that Stobie pole, or the telephone pole as the Americans say. And we can add in stuff a little bit later. A little bit later as in like in a few seconds. To make it feel a little more 3D. Because yeah, I want to start doing more scenes. Whoa, too much. Too much. That'll do. Alright, so this gives us even more indication of perspective. Primal, welcome. Do you have advice? Oh, sorry. What advice do you have for someone who's too scared to draw because they know they'll fail? Number one, that way of thinking helps no one. It doesn't help you. It doesn't help your future self. It's a very, like, if you think super logically, right? Just real logically. If you want to get better, how is that going to happen if you don't do the thing, right? And even starting off with that mentality of, I know I'm going to do bad, it's not a great place to start off. I have been frustrated for a very long time with my art. I'll even look back at some of my more recent stuff and just be like, ugh, get your shit together, you know, like, do better. But I guess just know, at least for me, that doesn't change. So get to it. That feeling of like, oh, what if I don't do well? Who cares? Like, it doesn't, the only way you're going to get better is to knuckle down and actually do the work. And having that way of thinking, it's a very non-helpful, but I mean, I can empathize with that 100% because I used to have a very bad habit of not finishing things. I would stop because it wasn't looking right. I'd get very frustrated and be like, ugh, this isn't looking right. Got to start it again. But when I started to actually push through those frustrations and see if I could fix it, come back the next day, the next week, whatever, and attempt to fix the thing, that's where a lot of my learnings came from. Getting into the habit of finishing things. Done is better than perfect, to use like a bloody wanky whatever saying, but it's true. You'll learn so much, and then you'll have confidence. Like, confidence comes from doing the thing a lot and putting yourselves in situations where you've been here before. Okay, I know this face is looking annoying. It doesn't look like the person that I'm trying to draw, but I've done this 50 other times where I've figured it out. So we'll just keep pushing through, you know? So it's that kind of way of thinking can really hold you back. So please, if you take anything away from that ramble, is just just callous yourself to, stuff's going to look weird for a while. It is what it is. If it was easy, everyone would be spitting out beautiful pieces of work with like nothing, you know? So know that I've felt that a lot, and I still do. It doesn't go away, so you just got to embrace it and just do the thing. See how we're getting a bit of dimension in here, and it's just simple shapes. So fun, so bloody fun. Blissful, welcome. Good to see ya. Yeah, just doing some warm-up landscapes. Nays. Oh, thank you so much. Yeah. No, it'll be cool. That's why I want to sort of spend a lot of time on this. So this is where I'm at the moment. I did a little bit on this one. So particularly yesterday, I sat down and started to sort of work out a little bit more dynamic sort of background, thinking about the colors and that sort of stuff. But what I want to do here is clean all this up, and so I got a little bit sketchy with it. I want to get these really simple shapes like I'm sort of warming up with here to get some clarity with it. Sugar beets, do traditional. Go do some oil painting. Denver. Oh god, you make me blush. Jay, all experience is paved by a road of failures. Yeah, tell me about it. I'll be looking at my stuff. Like, just know that I'll be looking at this and like all my other posts on Instagram and all that sort of stuff and videos and everything that I do a year from now and be like, oh, I could have done this better, this better, this better, this better. But the fact that I did it, that's the win. It's not how good I did on any one particular drawing session or whatever. It's, did I just do it? Did we get that little bit better? And not even better, because I think that puts some like weird expectation on that particular session. Did we just do the thing? And if we did, good stuff. I'm happy. All right, now I'm thinking about some of this texture here. We could get a texture brush, but I like to figure out how to do it just with the old the brush beforehand. Alright, get some of this perspective going in the background. And I think we should lighten up this background here, maybe just a smidge. So let's do a little bit of that, maybe just a little bit of and then we can knock in some lighter values on the clouds themselves, right? Carve them a little bit, right? Because again, they are three-dimensional forms that we're playing around with, right? Oh, this is fun. I'm falling in love with the environment stuff, but particularly it's more like simplified, geometric sort of stuff. It is bloody good fun. And let's knock this up just a tad, start adding a bit of texture. All right, even in this background, right, we can see some of these like trees in the very, very background. That just gives it so much depth. Just adding this little like that little thing there. It's like, cool, now we got a background. There is something happening. And then you got this shadow in here, which gives it more dimension because you got the shadow of this grass. Right, so we might even go one tick darker. Yep, love the positivity. The positivity in chat. Failing is a part of it. The chat slow mode is good because then I take my time to think before. Oh, sugar beets. No, you're fine. You're fine. I'm happy to have you here, Mixter. You absolute legend. Thank you so much. I'll put that to good use. That's going into a fund to upgrade the content, and that fund could be fueling me, so I might go and get myself a coffee with that. So I appreciate that very, very much. Thank you. Nays digital, yeah, that's the best thing. Like, I'm never going to stop learning. I'm never going to know everything. I know, like, the more that you learn, the more that you realize that you don't know, and that's with everything. Like learning to code, learning to do whatever. That's the fun of it. And from a content creation side, it's fantastic because it's like, when does it never ends. It never, ever, ever ends. All right, what are we missing here? I reckon what we could do is collapse it all into one. Look at that. And then we can start playing with the values, with the levels adjustment that I'm messing around with here. So we've got some of this. Scooch it around a little bit. Because the value relationships are kind of there, right? We just want to bump some of these values down a little bit. All right. Look, I reckon that's fine for now. Black Jam, welcome. I'm pretty hard on myself when it comes to drawing. I haven't drawn anything digital for several years because I hated my beginning or end results. It's a game that it's just as much a mental game as it is like a physical, like getting mileage or whatever. It's just getting back coming back the next day and saying like, all right, let's assess, take another course, look at another tutorial, flick through a page of a book, and just keep hitting it. I do like to have a focus on what I'm studying though. That can help sort of really focus your learning, so you're not sort of scattershot too far about the place, and you can start seeing progress faster potentially. But yeah, no, look, it's I do it to myself as well. Yeah, no worries, Primal. No stress at all. The Redacted, I have a severe case of imposter syndrome. You and me both. That, again, never really goes away. I mean, I find it odd even just sitting, like, not odd. I mean, I'm used to doing this and talking and drawing and that kind of stuff because I've done it so much. But when I first hopped on stream, it was like, or I did my first Instagram post. You know what I mean? I was like, who gives a shit what I think, you know? I still think that. Like, I think it's nuts that people from all over the place is like, they're popping in just to hang out. It's really cool. But I still feel that. Even with this first YouTube video, I was like, oh God. All that came back, flooding back. But it sort of gets reduced the more and more that you do. It's just like tying your shoes, alright? How many times have you tied your shoes? A frick ton, I'd imagine. You don't even have to think about it. That's where you got to get to. Yeah, you could technically mess up and with tying your shoes one time or whatever, but who cares? You've done it so many times. It's just one of those things. At least that's how I think of it. Again, what I say is my thoughts are not a reflection of what my future self thinks. This is just March 20th, 2023. So I'm just throwing in this little sign here. And I'm going way too deep for a warm-up, but I'm having fun with it. So it is what it is. All right, so this gives us an opportunity to throw in a little bit of this. All right, and then we can even lighten up some of these values. Now I'm getting a little bit noodly here, but that's fine. That's all right. Might even make some custom brushes today to save us some time instead of doing these grass bits. All right, look, I'm happy with that for a study. I'm going to take a quick, 2-minute break. You can hold me to that. All right, 2-minute break. And I will throw a little disclaimer. Well, not disclaimer, but just like a little sign. Be back in 2 minutes. Cool. All right. Someone do a countdown. We are back. Yeah, that's a really good point, Redacted. Yeah, you don't know. You really don't. Like, there's no way to know. You're only seeing the output, not the, yeah, all the work that went behind it. Okay, let's grab, Tekrem. So this one was from Pinterest. So if you want to hop onto, I believe this is public. Let me just double check actually. I've really got to create a proper Pinterest because this is just my personal Pinterest and environment. How on earth? Edit. Keep this board. Nah, it should be so environment design on Pinterest, and this was by Maciej Sidorowicz. There you go. I really love their shape. Their shapes. Okay. Let's do another. Who do we pick? Oh, I love this one. Yeah, I can't not do this one. Because I could even use, like, I'm even seeing some of this, right? Come on, Pure Ref, don't get out of here. All right. Like, even this, right? I can take some cues from how they structured some of this stuff, like even this foreground foliage and even some of these pine forests and how they, like that beautiful shape of like the tree line, how that frames. I can do some of that. I can take some of that into here even, you know, and do some of that up here. So I'm just taking bits and pieces and just sort of seeing how I can work with it. All right, so we'll do this last one and then we'll get into the main event. So working back to front. Yeah, just got to, yeah, exactly. Just be chewed with it. Just got to be chewed. There's no, it doesn't help. It doesn't make you any better by stressing about where you're at the moment. How the dogs and the spiders? The dogs are well. The dogs are doing well, and the spiders are even better. Found a nasty one the other day. The ones that you want to look out for here are the tiny, colourful ones. Ones are the big, scary ones that everyone posts on social media. They're harmless. Most of them. They're usually the huntsmen. What would you say to your younger artist self, Sugar Beach? You know what I would say. Go on, throw it in chat. What would I say? Alright, so I'm looking at these key shapes here. No, no, not quite. Not quite, Sugar Beach. You know what it is. I have faith. Use that 30-second timer. Just you know, what's going on here? Something. Okay, well, I've pressed something, so now all my actions aren't working. There you go. And fundamentals and death is all, but also not. Yeah, you're going to die one day. I mean, it sucks, but yeah, it is. So don't stress. Enjoy your time. Enjoy your time here. It's a little bit morbid, but that's what I tell my younger self. If I'm on my deathbed, I don't want to be thinking like, oh, why did I stress so much about Photoshop not working? I tell you what, I will, because it happens a lot. Why is it not working? What's going on here? I don't know what's happening. Well, that's frustrating. All right, we might just have to brush work it out. So we'll go. All right, so I love these little, just these tiny little shapes. Right, and even just these little houses. I'm going to go back to the line tool because I'm loving that. Right, might even throw that foreground shape in. Get a little bit funky with it and just be like, woo, woo. Oh, now it wants to work. Thank you so much for doing your job, Photoshop. I have one job. A little bit darker still. That'll do. Can even add in some of these little bits and pieces. The redacted. Wait, in your region of Australia, are there other dangerous arachnids or snake? Oh, heck yeah! You got the brown snake. That'll get you. You've got the white tip spider. I don't think they'll kill you, but you might lose a limb. Depends on the reaction. Yeah, we've got a few nasties. You've got the scariest of all, which is the blue-ringed octopus, which their venom will get rid of you real quick, because I don't think we have anti-venom for it. You've just got to cross your fingers and hope it all goes well. Walked into a forest after his car broke down and he walked down a steep hill and then died. They found out he stepped on a spiked leaf. I don't know about the spiked leaf. There's another thing I've got to worry about. But now the leaves are trying to kill me. Yeah, no, I haven't heard about that. Brendan, just watched your character tutorial and found it really helpful on Gumroad. Oh, thank you so much. No, awesome. Really, really glad to hear that. I'm working on a proper course at the moment. So that's going to be coming out in a few months probably. So I've been chipping away at that every day, almost every day. And that's going to be really good to get out. And I'm thinking of, before the release of that, having like a cohort of, I don't know, maybe 10 to 15 people that want to do it live. so I can sort of like learn where people are having issues, how to make the stuff the most useful. So there will be more on that as we go, so stay tuned. Alright, so this is looking okay. Now let's put our little dock or wharf or whatever you want to call it. Simple shapes again. Bam, bam, bam. Now they've got wicked like shadows that really helps it pop. So we can just fill that shape in by itself. Then we can come through with the old lasso tool. Now it's not working again. Why? Throw some of these darker values in here because these structures are almost touching each other, so darken this right down. Got a bit of shadow action happening here. Chibi, welcome. Good to see you again. Blissful, I'm learning how to accept more criticism, but how do you handle someone constantly putting you down and your art? You block them and you never talk to them. You never talk to them again because I have no interest in hanging out with them or talking to them in real life. So, yeah, it's kind of as simple as that, really. If they're being nasty about it. There's nothing, there's no rules to say that you have to listen to that. Doesn't mean that you block out all criticism because it can be very valid. But if they're being nasty about it, yeah, cool. I don't want to hang out with you in real life. So what's the point of me stressing about what you think? I've had a few of those things happen, and it was weird to get used to because I was just doing this by myself for a very long time. But yeah, no, don't stress about it. Criticism's great if it's useful. If it's not, throw it away. This line tool is so bloody nifty. Look at that, we got time saving right there. Right, because I got this on a separate layer, I might just even add in some of this, some of that, you know, and then we can alpha lock this bad boy, and then add in where we need the shadows. Shabam. Look at that, that's efficiency right there. Then we come here because this is in light. Look at that, come together. Oh, it's snowing over there, Sugar Beats. Man, I've never seen snow. Never touched snow, never even seen it from afar. That would be so cool. Alright, let's make some of these little windows. Let's do them on another layer. A little window here. Bam, bam. Looks dodgy as, but that's okay. Might actually do them as a rectangle instead of the line tool. And we'll do another one here. They look a bit wonky, so we don't have to be super precise with them. Okay, that works. What am I trying to do here? What are you talking about? No pixels are selected. You're crazy. Photoshop. You're drunk. Go home. Alright. Alright, I'm itching to get back into my into the real thing. So we'll just speed run this. Question, what's the actions tool you have there? So basically this allows you to, I'm not sure if you're asking about actions in general. If you are, here we go. So you can record things that you do in sequence. So for example, I've got a fill action. So when I've got a selection, it takes that selection, it then fills it in. So I've gone up to here, I think it's like edit, fill with the foreground color, and then you can save that as one action, and then I've hooked up this action to a shortcut, so then I can just go bam, and then it does it for me. But it's not working how I want it to work right now, which is very annoying. Maybe it's because of that. No, it's not working at the moment, but yeah, sometimes it plays up. That's just a tweak I've got to do with the action itself. No, actions are cool. Do you know anyone personally who's been hurt by a bug? No. No, I don't. I know some bugs that have been hurt by people, but that's another story. Where are we at? Right, need some more shadows. See, this is where these shadows come into play. They just give us so much dimension. Really shows that it's like, yeah, bam, it's like a roof that's throwing that shadow on top. It's a plant native to Australia. It has microscopic hair spikes that when stepped on induce several symptoms. Oh, I think I've heard of that, yeah. It's called in Aussie lingo the gimpy gimp. Ah, yeah, I've heard of that. Drink water. Would you guys say Photoshop 2018-19 were more bug-free and faster than later versions? I've seen many use 2018 even today for some reason. I don't know. Maybe. I have a tendency where I want to get the latest though. For better or worse, that's... But quite honestly, I use like 1/5 of one, like bugger all of what's actually available on here. I've only just started to play around with making my own brushes and actions and all that sort of stuff, just because I like, for efficiency's sake of like getting stuff out faster. The reviewer. Hello, welcome. I don't think I recall that name being in here. So welcome if this is your first time, sorry. The Australian stinging tree. Yeah, right. Stay away from that one. Alright, now we might do just some quick, like, okay, water, bits and pieces. Alright, they would have used a brush for this, I'm sure, some particular fancy schmancy whatever brush. I'm not concerned about that. Alright, now it's time to lock it all onto one layer and just have a play for a little bit, and then we can get cracking onto the real thing. I think a bit of this texture up here can help as well, just break it up. And how I said, like, how things in the background are a little bit lighter. Notice here, like, this is a mountain that's in front of this shape. So we can do something about that to make it feel like this whole section's in front of. It just gives it a nice little bit of depth, which is pretty cool. Right, they've even gone as far as to add that little tower in the back. With some clouds and whatnot. This whole thing should really be a little bit more contrasty. So we make that a little bit more contrasty. You can come to the roof here. Look in some of those highlights. I'm noticing there's like little birds perched up here. There's like bird poo, from what I can gather, on the top of the roof. I'm even looking at these houses in the background, right? If we analyze this, I mean, it gets pretty pixelated, so my apologies, but these have dimension. There's a front side, there's a side, a right side, and it all sort of makes sense. There's reasons behind why it looks the way it does. And they've got roofs that are a little bit darker. Can you share how much experience that I have with art? A fair bit. Been drawing on and off for most of my life. I'm 29. So yeah. I went to school for industrial design and dropped out after about a year. And then I just started to take courses, both online and in person. But most of my learnings have come just from figuring it out online, really. And that's what I'd still do till today, which you're witnessing right now. All right, look, we can keep doing this until the bloody cows come home. Let's get cracking on the main event. Even though I see many things that I could play with here, I could pump up these values a little bit more. Okay, stop. All right, cool. So we've got our minds in the right mode for simple shapes. Okay. Antoine, welcome. Good to have you in here. Thoughts on miniatures or just tiny things in general? Thoughts? I don't know. I don't have a hot take on miniatures. They're cool. I used to do Warhammer, like paint Warhammer back in the day. Very, very, very long time ago. Yeah, they're cool. It's your second time in here, but you follow us on Instagram since last year. OG. Appreciate it. Okay. So, I want to do the same things as some of these artists that we were studying and we saw on Pinterest. And really simplify these shapes. So I've got an idea of the time of day that I want. We can make it dusk later on if we want to. These shapes of the clouds are kind of looking cool. But it has to support these characters, right? So I've got from last stream, I don't know what you would call these. I guess like, yeah, just thumbnails, like color thumbnails. For here, we'll do a better view. So we've got some real estate to play with. Throw pure ref here. I really want to keep these like this, like front and center. Well, not front and center, but at least in view. Just to look at how these simple shapes just... Alright, so we can take away old mate warm up here. Poof. Alright, now let's think. I went a little bit crazy with some of these overlay layers, so I've just got to separate these out because I want it to be a little bit more organized until we get to a point where it's just paint time. So yeah, maybe I delete that layer. Delete these because I want to kind of redo some of this stuff. So it's going to be a field, obviously, or a couple of fields where lumberjacks are going to be knocking down or like cutting down the trees and stuff, like just doing their job, doing their thing. I'm thinking of ways to really simplify these shapes. Like even this is too, what have we got here? Let's lock that layer. Like even this is too like spiky, I think. I think we can even come here. Really simplify this and then add a bit of texture later on. Right, even doing that I think is cool. I think I could have done a little bit of a curve there maybe. Something along those lines. So like really oversized sort of trees. I might like that, I don't know. We're going to explore, we're going to do all sorts of stuff. So we got this color, we'll lock that. Get rid of this, get rid of that. Alright, so we want to really work our way backwards. Simple shapes first. Thinking about what's going on in the scene. We can delete that. And let's... let's merge some of these down. Let's actually remove that. We've got this, merge that down here, ba-bam. Got that middle ground, you've got these trees on the side here. We'll merge them down so they're their own layer. It just makes it a bit easier to work with. This guy, we will go bam, bam, bam. And then we will get this guy and go bam. Cool. The reviewer, yeah, we'll play around with different color schemes, I think. Not going to be nighttime. Right, I still want this blue sky. But we will experiment, we will play. I've got some foliage here. I want to do something like we did with this study here. I want to bring some of that here, so there's like an edge to this. There might even be like a trail where like the trucks come in or something, just to give a bit more of a story instead of just like, here's some hills. It's like, yeah, there's hills for a reason. You notice what I'm doing here is, well, this is slightly, like this one's a little bit lighter than this one. Right, they might even be too big, so maybe like hide them down a little bit from the tree line, and we can do even some of this as well. Oh, you can't see pure ref because we got this bloody thing down here, my apologies. So like some of this up on this hill line here could be fun. So let's start experimenting with simple shapes, use our lasso tool and just go for it. Alright, we can change the colors as we go. And let's do some of this. Actually, let's do some ellipse stuff. Might be more efficient actually just to do it with the brush, but have it pointing, or like the direction of it in the direction that I want it to go, and get rid of all opacity, and it's just a flat color. That's what we want, I think. And as things go back in space, they're going to get smaller, right? Maybe even cut back in a little bit here. Maybe even do the same over here as well. So this is just all going to be exploration. We want to try and add some story to this. Build out the world a little bit. Now I've bitten off a little bit more than I can chew, I think. Well, not more than I can chew, but there was no prerequisite for the character design quarterly thing that I needed to do like a full scene. I just decided to challenge myself. Maybe not the smartest thing to do for a like a paid gig, but it's fun, right? I want to push myself, and no better way to do that than like, well, this needs to be done in a certain time, like in a certain deadline or whatever. So it's like, it's happening. We've got to get it done. That's not working as well. That's annoying. So as this goes back in space, like I've just got some indication of some foliage here, maybe some like different kinds as well, so it's not all the same. Right, so how can we indicate, so how far back is this actually? That's interesting. That could be, this could be like a flat field, just like a little bit of a flat sort of spot. Sort of comes there and then it goes up into the hills, so there might even be like some foliage breaking that up a little bit. Alright, so it's giving it even a little bit more depth. As it goes back in space, it gets a little bit smaller and smaller until it goes to nothing. Alright, then we throw our characters in front. Cool. I want to actually put some, that's what I do want to do. Blissful, you just watched Cocaine Bear. I haven't seen that one yet. Mark of Art, welcome back. Welcome, welcome. Good to have you. CMG, good to have you back again. Try to make it magical. I'll try. Whoa. Right, there could even be some like foreground, or not foreground, but like middle ground elements. Like something, like some posts or even this is just like a wall of grass. Something like that. And I don't want to get too detailed with this because it is a background, right? We've got characters. It isn't just a landscape. We've got characters that need to be added into this. So let's knock down this valley just a tad. We can even do what they've done up here. Just add some of those indications that this is not just a straight flat thing. They're trees, you know? All right, now I do want to have what I mentioned before. I don't know if I mentioned it or if I just thought it. Like some sort of route for the tractor that's going to be coming through. All right, so they need to get up this hill somehow. That needs to go back in space. So this needs to be smaller as it goes. Alright, so then we could maybe, just maybe, add an indication just to start with. Just some like local colors maybe. Let's do a new layer. Like a truck of some sort. This is looking pretty jank at the moment, but that might be carrying logs. We can fix that in a sec or later. Right, because I also want to have one of these tractors, because what's happening here with the story itself is the aliens are coming, so I almost want, maybe this tractor is like being picked up by another spaceship, so there's like a tiny little like story moment there. So maybe we cut this in half and have him like how a truck is going to be like there, whoop, and then maybe have some of these like sliding off in the background, like some of the bits of wood or something, like the logs. Right, there's going to be the tires and everything. We can figure that out later. But that's like a funny little story moment that we can then add like a, maybe like a shadow to show. Maybe it won't be up that high. Maybe it's just being picked up. So we can do something like that. I don't know. We can figure that out. But yeah, just putting that there as like a placeholder. And thinking about some of this foreground, because I like how they've got this sort of foliage here, so we can utilize some of their thinking with that in the foreground, so it's not just that, just showing stuff. It's got some depth. So I'll catch up with chat. Primal, how do you handle what you do so well, like painting, 3D stuff, editing, design stuff, and even programming? You are a nice person to look up to. Yeah, lots of time and not going out very much. That's pretty much it. My background's like have been working on a software company for most of my 20s, and to do that, I needed to understand those tools. So I needed to understand how to code. I needed to understand a little bit about marketing, video editing, to actually create content for like the app itself. I had to design the app itself, so that got me familiar with the sort of like Photoshop and Illustrator and like all those types of tools as well, you know. So I didn't just decide to do it all at once. It's kind of like okay, this can be used in this context, right? All the animation stuff that I did for like the screens and everything, that can be used to explain these concepts. It can also be used to create YouTube videos now. And I don't know, I've always just been interested in learning new stuff and figuring stuff out as well. It's just, yeah, I don't know, a hobby of mine, I guess you could say. Remember to relax while doing this art piece. Death will come, so be free. Beautiful advice, Sugar Beats. And I'm very much enjoying this. This is a lot of fun for me. Quick question. Do you also stream on Twitch by any chance? I don't. No, I don't. What's the benefit then of streaming on Twitch, say, versus YouTube, I wonder? I don't know. Because this is where all my other videos live. I think when I get the funds, I'll sign up to something like StreamYard or something, so then it shoots it out to both, which might be the way to go. I don't know. All right, let's get these guys out of the way and continue. So let's have a look at this. Sugar beets. I never paint landscapes, but I'm painting them now on a tiny, tiny piece of wood. That's cool. That's very cool. I want to start doing this sort of stuff, like even character stuff, but in traditional. I want to start experimenting with that, like get out the old easel and oil paints, gouache, and start playing. I think that could be really fun. Because a lot of these principles still hold true, whether you're doing it in traditional or digital. Catch you later, the reviewer. You could always do a crater from a spaceship in the background. Interesting, like where they landed. Not a bad idea. The only issue is there's only so much real estate because it's going to be taken up a lot by the characters. So my idea is that they've just formulated this plan and they're like, all right, go time. And they just like abduct these people. But in like a friendly way. It's not like an affair. Like, I don't know. To be determined as to what the actual story is. My, the guy. Dad. Excuse me? Do we need to have... is there something that I don't know? That I should know? Thoughts on the Twilight Zone? Never seen it. Roberto, hello, hello. Good to have you. Victoria, Ben, I saw your Asaro head model in your recent Loomis head video. Where'd you buy it? It was a gift from long ago. But I think if you just Google Asaro head, there's like an official website you can get it from. They go out of stock quite often, I think. Which is annoying. But yeah, give that a little goog. And yeah, I think that's where they got it from. All right, so I want to add a little bit of a ledge here. I think that could be cool actually, to even reinforce this little one in the background. So if we come here and maybe just cut out, like I've just cut out, you can't really see it yet. But then we come here. Maybe we knock it down in value. So it's almost they've like cut into the hillside a little bit just so they can get their trucks through. All right, so that's the side wall. So now I'm going to think about how could I show like the flat where the trucks would actually go past. Yeah, that works-ish. Maybe I do a little bit of pen tool work just to get that clean line that I'm after. There we go. And then this guy needs to be going back in space, so knock that down ever so slightly. Yeah. Not hating it, which is always a nice thing. Let's go here. Okay, how does that affect with our characters? And where our characters are going to be. Cool, so most of that is covered up, so fantastic. But it's there, it's good that it's there. Let's add actually a little bit of that foliage around the bottom here, because we will see that. So let's come here. Oh, actually, maybe it's just like the grass. So maybe it's, and it could also do the same thing. It could come on to like a flat patch that we've got on the other side, which would be cool. And then it could even something like that, maybe. Just gives it a little something, something. It's coming to life. This is good news. Now these could either be trees or even mountains, more mountainous. Mountains, for lack of a better word. For lack of a better word. But I'm using these as tools to, I want to also use some of this as tools to bring the focal point in the middle to where these characters are, right? Even how these trees, like these trees are there's gonna be like debris and everything, because this is like an anti-gravity sort of gun kind of thing. So there's gonna be like leaves and stuff. We could even play around with some, what do you call it? Lens blur and that kind of stuff. Emiliano, your course is beginner friendly. Yeah, it's one of those ones where I think anyone can pick it up and get going with it. It's really in depth. the way that I would use it is like a reference to come back to later as well. So it's not just like a one and done. It's like, okay, well, what did he say about this particular thing? I can go back and then, like with any course really. But look, if you find it too hard, yeah, just flick us a message and I'll refund you. There's no stress there. Blissful, the woodcutter guy out there, like, ayo, jump scare. And the alien is just there like, that's the surprise part, right? Muhammad, give me settings of XP pen. Okay. This is very, very technical. You open the box, you plug her in, and then you start drawing. I've not touched any of the settings on the XP pen. It's, yeah, nothing fancy there. Okay, Light, hello. Good to have you. Thanks, Mark. Okay, let's get back to it. So this is going to be, I want to play around with this truck here. So this is have it on a separate layer. This is our little story moment. So we can have maybe the little spacecraft of some sort. Sort of picking him up. Right, so he is going to have shadow all underneath here. So I've got to figure out what the actual, so it's just like a box at the moment. I'm not thinking too much about the anatomy of a truck for now. Probably good to get some reference, to be perfectly honest. So in saying that, I'm going to take another 5-minute break. We're going to get some reference for the truck, right? And utilize some of this. How can we get it to look? Maybe it might even be better if it's a lighter colored truck. Like if we come here and we just lighten him up. So it's even more in the background, but we can still see it. And it's only if you're looking carefully that you actually see what's going on. There might be another little something going on here as well, or even further in the background. We'll or we could even have like just before I go, just so I don't forget this, we can have like a fleet of these guys like in the background. Or something. So it's like an invasion. Okay. Be back in 5. Okay. Toodles. Mark, no, we did. These were just tests. So these colors. So now I'm coming in and like doing all the. I might actually start coloring in the like the log here and this guy soon. Just so we can start getting the feel for all the colors at once. But these were just really rough. So this gives us reference to then come back to this one and sort of, yeah, have some fun and not stress too much and not be making all the decisions all in one hit. So I'll be back momentarily. Let's move him up. And then move this one up to make it more visually interesting. Okay. Be back in a sec. Or in 5 minutes, actually. I've got some popcorn to keep me going. Hopefully that's not annoying on camera. Okay. Hey, both of us at the same time. The reviewer. Okay, I am back. Let's think. I want to change the colors of the alien, I think. I might not have it have flames coming out. So there's that. Mum's in the house. Everyone, Cheryl Eblin in chat. That's my mum. I did get your message, Mum. I've just been on stream. Okay, so we got these two separated, right? And I've kind of changed, you might notice here as well. This guy was in front and he was behind. I kind of got this guy behind and this guy more in front now as well, which I think is a better compositional choice. I looked up where, yeah, so that, oh, that's right. Yeah, Mum got it for me. The planes of the head, this one. So the website is Planes of the Head. Well, there you go. It's even got the little planes of the head. I didn't even realize that was there. All right, let's get back stuck into it. Okay. All right. Let's think. Let's take a beat. Trucks. That's what we want to get. References of trucks. Wood trucks. That's not the right way to... No, it's going to give me wooden trucks, is it? What would it be? Logging truck. There we go. That's what I'm after. Got the color right. That's a cool photo. Nice. Yeah, that'll do. That gives me enough information. Alright, so I'm gonna... Emiliano, you absolute legend. Thank you. I hope you get a ton out of it. I just realized something that I've got to change. This one should go here, speaking of the course, or the tutorial. There we go. All right. So we've got our trucking, our lumber logging truck. So we can just go, look at the local color there. You know what? I'm going to sketch it out. I'm going to go, whoa. I'm going to figure out, because this is all just simple, these are all just simple shapes. All right. So let's try and figure out what direction that it's going to be in. So Let's get our sketching brush. That'll do. I would like some shape dynamics, please. Thank you very much. All right. So I'm going to think about the direction. So just really simplifying this down. Now I'm not going to go super detailed with this. I just want to understand. I would like to see a bit of the underside of it as well. So we start off kind of with a cube, rectangle-y sort of thingamajig. Right, so that's like the front cab. And it's going to be way too... Oh, no, that might be the right size, maybe. Something like that. Right, and then we've got the tyre. Big old tyre here. And then we've got all the logs. We can simplify this as like a big cylinder, right? We can even have some of the logs like sliding out. They're going to be pretty small in the background though, so then we've got to have these tires, so I want to make sure that they're there. If we do like a cylinder that's cut off, give the old flipperoo, trademarked, TM. Rod Warrior, great to have you. Matt, welcome, my friend. The truck should have its own life, I know. Full-on backstory. Alright, so in this case, we can think about maybe the perspective of where the tires are going to be, and we just throw them in there because these are just going to be shapes essentially, just blocks of color. We can do something like that, I think, and that'll be passable for what we're after. Do you want to make sure it looks like it's maybe have a couple of these sliding out, and maybe a few of them already. All right, now let's simple shape it up. So we got the yellow. No, the yellow, I said. Alright, then we just add in use our rectangle tool maybe. Wrong. Outline tool. There we go. That gives us something to play with. Alright, then we've got, maybe with this line tool again, there, and then we can just do that and that. Just trying to think about efficiency. What's the fastest way to do this? That'll work. Then we come here, duplicate, 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 duplicate. Bam. Do another little guy here. Alright, something's happening there. We could even just leave that for now. As I say that, I keep going. Alright, we can get rid of that sketch layer, I think. What we're going to have to do is get everything, group him down. Whoop, we need old mate in this group still. And then line him up. He's still in the background. Okay, that was sort of not really necessary, but it'll be a fun little yeah. Look, I don't hate it. I don't hate it. Okay, so I've got these characters here. What are we gonna do with them? So I've got the full-on like layered versions, which I think are going to come in handy. So I'm just going to match them because this is just a one layer. So I might get this guy, match his size. We'll call this alien. Why can't, is there a locked layer? Yep, that's why. Yep, that works. So now I can remove that one. And then we get this guy. I don't think here, I think, yeah, I made him a little bit bigger, didn't I? Yep. And I changed the tree shape. Or the, whatever, the log, the stump. Yeah, that works. But there is a difference. Yeah, I changed the angle of some stuff. So let's cut this one off. Use that as reference. Remove this. And then, how are we going to tackle this? Let's see if we can match this sketch. To get that to about there. So let's move him around. Let's do some surgery. There, that works more or less. Move him back in place. Erase this little bit. Then we can even just flatten this down, can't we? Yes, we can. Oh no. Photoshop. Do not do it to me. Oh. Oy, 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 oy. It's a close call. Okay, now the reason I want these sections just separated just to begin with is just for ease of adding in the local colors and all that sort of stuff. So then we can connect these two. Values layer, then we've got this guy which is a bit of a gradient, which you don't really need. That's okay. Let's start adding in Row Extra, welcome. Let's start adding the red of his. Well, actually, what we can do is just start adding his clothes. Because I would actually like this to be a bit painterly, which could be fun. So let's just say his shirt is a separate thing. No pixels were selected? Are you kidding me? Photoshop, I swear. Alright, so I'm just gonna do this. This is probably a better way to do it. There we go. Thank you, Photoshop, then, for not doing your job properly. Nah, it's a user error. Okay. So now I've got that shirt separated. Now what I want to do is I want to get all of his beard and everything. Let's change it to like a different layer just so we can see what's going on. And this is, where are we? This is all over the shop. There we go. Now we can see it. That's fine. This will change. This will change. Blah, 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 blah. And we get... Ba, ba, bum, ba, ba, bum. Here we go. All right. So now we got his like head as a separate layer. Let's lock that one. Let's actually remove that altogether. That's going to be annoying. So we've got his head shape separated. We've got his clothes. Or his shirt, I should say, not all of his clothes. So what we can do is we can just... maybe I'll do his shoes separate. Nah, bugger it. We'll just do his pants. There's like a separate shape here. We can maybe... yeah, make him a bit lighter. And now we need his... overall thingamabobs. Okay, one. Cool. Should really have his skin separated as well. Favorite movie as a kid and now? I don't know. I don't really have a favorite movie. Toy Story, Jurassic Park, the staples. Now, actually, no, I lie. One of my favorite movies, The Imitation Game. Awesome, awesome movie. Absolutely love it. Old mate Alan Turing, without him, I wouldn't be able to do this. Right now. Okay, let's just get this kind of color going, something like this. Give him a skin color of sorts. Can we merge these two? Yes, we can. Now we've got his main head shape here. Let's get all the skin parts separated. Now this is just a base, right? This is there we go. And we got to remove his hair. So that's how we're going to remove his hair. Cancel. Cool. I want him to maybe have, because we had him have denim here, like a denim color. I want to play around maybe with like a khaki sort of color, just to show up against the blue sky. Same with his overalls, or his whatever these are called. I can't remember. Then we got his hair color, which we can reference something like what we've got. Like here maybe? Looking at how it's looking from afar. It's looking okay. I just come in with just something to give us an indication of the eyes, and even a little bit of that teeth action going on here. Cool. We're going to refine all that. Then we've got the log and the axe. axe handle to be more of like a wood color maybe. Same over here. Lion King is good. Milan and what we do in the shadows, very cool. Fox, welcome. Good to have you. Alright, now we need to look at the axe. We'll just keep it probably like a grey for now, maybe. We can make it like shiny later on. If we want to. We don't have to. Alright, so these are like the local colours, right? So let's play around with this guy's colour. We had him as purple before. We can have him more of like a muted purple maybe, because I'm just afraid he's going to get lost in the shadows. Or we can do like a blue to sort of bring some of the sky into some of that blue sky maybe, I don't know. Or we do like let's do that as a base. Same with these ones. I don't mind the blue. Benedict movie, yeah. Yep, the Imitation Game. Benedict Cumberbatch. Okay. So now let's have a look at his sort of like space thing. His space thing, that's what we'll call it. So this is kind of annoying to do, but it's going to help me. My future self is going to thank me that I did this. This is a lot easier to manipulate and play around with colors and all that sort of stuff if we've got them all separated out. Okay. Let's do this gun thing. Toki, welcome. Fox, have I ever watched any of the Ghibli movies? I have. I've looked at more of the art than what I've watched of the movies themselves. There was one with that little dude that transforms into everything else. I can't remember. Okay, so these might be a different color. And then, could I do a sneaky... No, doesn't make sense. No. These should be easy to select because we just come here and go bam, 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 bam. And then we've got this pipe thing here. And we're almost done with blocking or just getting our layers and our colors just blocked in. That's better. Okay. This whole anti-gravity thing, it's going to have to come up here a little bit and we can play around with that later. Let's add some texture. So this is something that I've learned from Rob Ruppel about adding texture to flat objects straight up, like before you do stuff. It's not like a hard and fast rule by any means, but I've made like a little texture brush here. This sort of deal. Why has it gone smudge on me? I just want texture. I don't want smudge. Thank you. So we can just increase the size of the brush. We could even add some color dynamics so it messes about with no shape dynamics. Thank you very much. All right. No saturation jitter, thank you. Hue jitter, purity, 100%. There we go. And then, maybe, I've never done this before, then we can like warp it more so to his body. Might not work as well. I don't know. Probably not. But we can just do that and then add this as a, like an overlay. Maybe overlay. Maybe multiply and then knock that down. Just so there's something there underneath, so when we start painting on top, gives us a little something to play with. Let's have a look at his skin. Alright, so I want to add some color variation in here with his skin. This is literally just an airbrush with the color layer mode. Might even do the multiply layer mode. Whoa, oh mate's got sunburn. And then we just slowly come on top here. So his ears are going to be a little bit redder maybe, his cheeks. Got a little bit of something happening. Now I've got to think about the direction of the light. So I like how this had some light direction coming from the right hand, from our right hand side, because that's going to allow us to illuminate this little alien bloke and his face a little bit as well. So maybe after I add a little bit of color variation to old mate here, we can and I think we add some different colors to where it's rolled, like the sleeve here is rolled up. So you can just come in and do a kind of sketchy little, actually no, I'll make that a mask, so we're working within that shape. I would like it lighter. So, and then maybe we chuck down the opacity of that layer. And I like it a completely different color as well. So maybe we duplicate this. Whoa. Uh-oh. Okay, we're back. We turn this to color layer mode, and then we yeah, that'll do just for now. Just for now. We've got a little bit of this poking through. That's okay. We'll fix that just with normal painting. That's fine. Now, light direction. So, main light source coming down this way, but really I want to, let's actually try and just do a more diffuse from the, like a diffuse lighting setup with the blue sky. Toki, you watched a YouTube video and it was fantastic. Thank you so much. No, I hope you can. I hope you got a little bit out of it. You're too kind. So I'm going to add a multiply layer here. Paola, welcome to the stream. Alright, because it's a blue skylight, it's going to be a little bit of this going on. Right, so we got this, but it's going to be very smooth transitions to begin with. So we can sort of start. Or do I even do a sneaky little... can we do this? Modify? Feather. Hello. Does that do anything? Probably not a whole lot, but it might just be enough for us to play with. Yeah. Did something. So I'm just trying to round out some of these forms. Even his face just a little bit. Maybe we just get back our hard brush. So we have a little bit of shadow coming from his hair here. So this is going on the top of all these layers, right? Now, I don't want this to be super rendered either. I would like to keep it a little bit more stylistic, a little bit more, not cartoony, but we don't want it to necessarily look like a 3D render, although we could go down that route if we wanted to. Just want to keep it light, keep it fun, and not have this take me another 3 weeks to finish as well. So there's that to consider. We got the eraser. Yep, cool. We erase it back, make that a little bit of a softer edge. This is going to be right up against his skin. So this is our diffuse lighting setup. We're going to put the harsh, or the more harsh light soon. this guy also needs a little bit of brightening up because it's a different value. Too bright. Too saturated. Alright, back to where we were. Would his face maybe just be all in shadow? We might have to tweak that a bit, actually. This is where like artistic license can come in. Noah, welcome. How to make bark texture. We'll get this eventually. We'll do some bark texture on the tree in the front there. let's do the same for this guy. So it's just real rough sort of blocking. Actually, no, let's add some light, hey? So this screen. So the main key light I like to have, whoa. It's a little bit warmer, maybe. Yeah, it's looking real rough at the moment. We'll get there. I'm just talking to myself as well at the moment. Don't stress, it'll be okay. Hey, Grant. Good to see you. Funnily enough, I was thinking about that just recently. I was like, oh, logger. Just trying to find these light shapes. So he's going to have a bit of his beard lit, because I want his facial expression to be like shown, right? We don't want to hide it. We can even utilize this arm, right, being hit by the sunlight to then glow this side of his face as well. So there might even be a little bit of this sort of thing happening, maybe. Let's go to the black and white to see how we're looking. Yeah, it's getting there. There's some structural issues, definitely. Robert, welcome back. The illustration is coming to life. Yeah, slowly but surely. We'll get there. There's something up with his arm here. I think this might even just from an anatomical standpoint, although he's not real, we can still think about that. So this arm is sort of coming towards us. Might even be worth doing a little bit of this to the background as well to really sell it that that's what's happening, because it's pretty, they're very local colors at the moment in the background, meaning there's not a lot of light, it's just bleh. So we'll maybe even these trees here, starting to add a little bit of that indication of, okay, if we're having that light source, we've got to make it what's the word? Consistent. And then maybe even yeah, add in some of that shadow. Gives it a little bit. Yeah, that's all the little bits and pieces I was doing. We can delete that. Even remove, yeah, some of that shadow in the back. Victoria, what's the difference between screen and color dodge? Let's have a look. So if I were to come back to old mate here, so I've got a screen layer. The way I like to think of it is screen adds, it just lighter. Like if I want things lighter, if I want to add a light to something, that's where I would utilize screen. Color dodge, I'm not entirely sure what color dodge does, to be perfectly honest, but I would use that at the very end to like really bring out some of the colors. So if we do cut, like even that, like you can even make it seem brighter. It just really like bumps up the saturation of things. It's really nice as well for some of the subsurface scattering effects. Like some of this, like through there, it just illuminates things a little bit. It tends to do that. So I'd use that probably in the beard, in here, maybe a little bit in his face to sort of brighten that up a bit. But yeah, just have a play around with them. And see, yeah, because I wouldn't use color dodge right now. It's more of a at the very end, once I've got all the base layers feeling correct. Then I would, that's like when everything's feeling good. It's like color dodge is the dessert. I can come in and I've earned color dodge. At least that's how I see it at the moment. Okay. Let's go back to this one. Maybe instead of adding light, see if we can darken this up. With a multiply. Uh-oh. My battery is dead on my mouse. That's okay. Even do it all over the top of this one. See, so I've just given it a little bit of zhuzh, a little bit of depth, as if there's other trees down here that's going to be casting a shadow. Right, we can even start to, because we've added this ledge here on that same thought pattern, if we want the light source to be coming from our right, we can add this whole, or just like a little indication all down that side. Down there, and even if we come back to this layer, we can come back on top, start adding some shadow to the background. This gives it a little bit of dimension, just a smidge. No worries, Victoria. I'm so close to just merging this all down and just painting, but I think I'll regret it. At least this character. What we can do in that case, let's just go for it. We'll duplicate it so we do have a backup. It's merged down. Let's start sculpting. Where's that nice? It would be in painting, wouldn't it? Oh, where is it? The big... There's a particular oil brush that I like. There's almost too many brushes in here. There we go, the big wide softy. Alright, now the benefit of this is that we can start going over our lines and we can start carving the silhouette if we want, right? Start breaking that silhouette and having some fun. I really want to keep this like still simple shapes, so I don't want to get too blendy with anything. Zane, welcome. Zane, sorry to hear it, man. So what are you doing at the moment? You need to get a locksmith or what? Srayash, good to see ya. Welcome, welcome. Sounds like a good idea, Zane. The class was amazing. Thank you so much. I had a blast. Oh, look, I'm glad. I'm glad you did a really good job. We're talking about the Ahmen School class. So Shreyesh was one of the students that sort of followed along. And no, he did really, really well, man. Travis, will you keep any lines in the finished drawing? Probably not. Probably not. I want it to feel more painterly. I want to try maybe in another one where I do keep some of the lines, you know? Keep it a little bit more interesting. Play around with different sort of rendering styles and thank you, MK2. It means a lot. Yeah, that's right. During daylight, they got no fear. This arm is annoying me. I have a question. I can't understand how to stylize and have a likeness. Do you have any suggestions how I can learn this? Well, if you've got access to the Ahmen School archives, I did do a little lesson on that. But essentially it's breaking things down into as simpler shapes as possible. And then getting those shapes correct for whoever you're trying to draw, right? And then the relationships between those shapes and getting really good reference. Or really good enough, not just working off, say, like one piece of reference. Get their faces from different angles. And that's going to help you out a lot, I think. Whoop, music stopped. Need to restart it. Or just load more. No, I'll just start it again. From the top. There are companies that offer alien abduction insurance. What? That's called a scam. Hope the lumberjack was insured. I doubt it, with how surprised he is. I appreciate it, Zane. Unintelligent being, welcome. Great to have you. Travis, do you feel like it's easier to draw things in a simpler version or style? I wouldn't say easier, I'd say just different. I would hesitate to say even starting simpler in any style that you're trying to sort of achieve is a good idea. So like starting simpler with these shapes that I'm blocking in. I'm not trying to go full render mode just yet. I'm trying to figure out, even at this stage, even with this sketch that I had before, I want to change it a little, you know? Sayek, welcome. Welcome back. Good to see you in here. Newt Scamander, welcome. Good to have you here. even with his eyes. If we just have him looking like straight on, like what? Nah, have him looking somewhere. Denise, welcome. I appreciate it, Saya. Means a lot. It was good fun. There will be more where that came from. That's for sure. Conrad, hello Ben, greetings from Norway. How you doing? Good to have you here. Still boggles my mind. Still, I'll forever say that. People popping in from all over the place. Hello from Saipan. Where is Saipan? I think I might have found an issue. This arm might be a little bit too long. That fixed a lot of things for me. Just that little... Just that little bit. And maybe this is coming too far down, so maybe we knock that in a little bit. I don't know. Arius, what you drawing? This guy. So he's been abducted by this alien bloke. I'm just trying to figure out and find the forms and the shapes and stuff to get him feeling like he's in a three-dimensional world. I appreciate it, Arius. Thanks so much. It means a lot. This arm though, this arm is still annoying me. There's some structural things that'll need to change, for sure. But that's okay. That will come. There is. How do I get motivated to draw? It's kind of like a compulsion nowadays more than a need to get motivated. One thing I'd say is to not rely on motivation. I'd recommend starting really small. If you're not in the drawing habit at the moment, doesn't mean you're not going to be in the future. I would try and start really small, but just keep that small habit up for a while, and then slowly, gradually build up momentum, and then extend the time periods if you want to. That would be my advice, is to not rely on motivation, because motivation is very fleeting. Kashan, welcome. So if I lift my arm and I'm reaching out, what does the shirt do? It bunches up, right? So if we're looking like down, I'm using stream as a mirror right now. Right, so that like all bunches up, so there's going to be a bunch of lines. Sort of hitting light, or the light's going to be hitting it. Even here, maybe this is too clean. This needs a little bit of bunching up as well. Do I have any favorite animated shows or movies? I actually really like recently I watched the Mitchells versus the Machines. That was fantastic. That made me giggle a lot. Just how self-aware it is. Like it was very, very good. So yeah, recently I'd say that was a really good one. Ash, I appreciate it. Oh, how interesting. Oh, welcome. Good to have you. Conrad, Ben, I'm wondering, you're streaming on YouTube only, not Twitch, and if YouTube only, why? From a pure, like, I guess, business standpoint. Because Twitch doesn't have great discoverability. The amount of times I've heard people have just like stumbled into the stream because they got, they just saw it on their feed is nuts, and I don't think Twitch has that sort of discoverability. Also, all my other videos are going to be here as well, so that is another sort of benefit of having all my stuff sort of in one space, in one spot. So that's my thinking. That's my thinking around it at the moment. I appreciate it, Ash. Yeah, look, there you go. Example numero uno, Ash. She just stumbled on one of my videos. Or that they, I can't really see the what do you call it, the thumbnail. So yeah, now the algorithms helping us out a ton. No worries, Conrad. Hey, Ash. Fantastic. Thank you. Just my girlfriend's name is Ash, so I didn't want to assume. Good thing I didn't. Okay, let's see if we can add maybe a bit of... So what have we got here? We did have lumberjack reference from a while ago. So we've got this sort of pattern maybe that we can have a play around with. I appreciate it, Ash. Yeah, thank you. It's been a process. It's been a process trying to figure this stuff out, but we're getting there, slowly but surely. Now we maybe do the other way. Wrap some lines. I'm going to need to do some tweaking on this, but just to see how it looks, you know. Not bad for a quick little experiment. Yeah, that brings a lot more life to it, I think. Especially if we knock it back a little bit, like if we... And if we even merge them. Yeah, that'll work. And then if we play around with... There we go. Hello. Welcome to the stream, texture. Gives me something to work with. That's a little bit distracting. Yeah, that's fine. All right, I want to clean up these shapes of his face. It's nuts what just like a little bit of cleaning up can do, seriously. Like, might even... Conrad, what about animation? I know you also are into 3D. Are you thinking of learning animation so you can bring to life your work? You better believe it. That's going to be a fun adventure. Now he's looking out of place only because the background isn't getting there yet, I think. That's the issue that I'm having. So if we come back to here with our trees and even do some of the, like some lasso work. Why is this not working? My actions. Okay, there we go. No. Oh, that's a different way to do it. I appreciate it, Travis. Newt, still on. Yep. We're still going. Keanu, welcome. Now I'm going to do another quick. Be back in 5. All right. I will see you shortly. And we're back. Okay, where was I at? Cleaning up the shapes. Yep. I remember now. Let's merge that down. Fred. Have you ever struggled putting in 4+ hours drawing at a time? I find myself getting distracted constantly and not getting as much as I'd hoped done. I think that's where having that clear goal of where you'd like to get by the end of the session is like not a bad idea. But this is practice, not just on doing the thing, but it's practice on doing these sort of like longer sessions as well, right? But I think also taking breaks is a good good habit to get into as well, because it sort of resets your eyes a little bit, gives your brain a little bit of a break, because every one of these little decisions I'm going back and forth, like where's the light hitting, where's the shadow, what color should it be, blah blah blah. So it's like a consistent like thing that I'm thinking about. I'm not just sort of going willy-nilly like, oh, this is just whatever. So yeah, to help with that, I think take more breaks and work up to it. At least that works for me. Oh, Alfie, absolute legend, my friend. Enjoying the stream and love the new YouTube vid I drew with the whistle method today. Very helpful. Keep up the great work. And thank you so much, man. That means a lot. The whistle method is freaking sick. I love that one. It even just thinking about that, it's a good little reminder. Oh frick. Did you accidentally put 3 in there? Unless that's just come up 3 times. It might have. Yeah, I think there might have been a mistake. On my end, it just keeps coming up and up and up and up and up. No, but I appreciate it, my friend. So now I'm just really trying to think what's in front, what's behind, what's going to catch the light. We can have a little bit of license here as well. Fred, yeah. Being intentional is the key thing, I think, right? Because this is why when I heard people like when they say like mileage is the key. Might just get your mileage in. You could drive around in a bloody circle and not learn anything for like 60 years. You know, so it's like, yeah, being intentional with the session itself. And I'd much rather an hour of really intentional work than 6 hours of just fluffing about, you know. Yeah, Alfie. I'll double check that there's not been a bloody mistake up here. Because I'm seeing like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of those. So yeah, let me know if YouTube's done you a run around and I'll refund you. Alright, good little tip as well. Flip them upside down. Because I'm just trying to think of these as simple 3D shapes, right? So even just having them flipped can sort of help me spot like glaring issues. I appreciate it, the reviewer. Yeah, I want his bed to feel a little bit more chunky. So we can add some chunk to it. There's so many different ways of doing this stuff. This is a more sort of free-form, painterly approach, where others might like more structure. And it depends on what I'm doing, but here I quite like just kind of playing with the shapes. I've got the general idea, I've got the background sort of feeling more or less where I want it. Now it's just pushing and pulling these shapes. Yep, Fred, definitely. That was a key thing for me. It was like, yeah, I could copy it 1-to-1. I mean, that's cool and all, and that's a skill in itself, definitely. But did I learn anything? Not really. My copying muscle got stronger. But how is that going to help me, you know? How much time are you going to take for this? Well, as long as it takes before the 31st of March. That's when the deadline is. So hopefully in the next couple of days, to be honest, I want to get done with this because I got some content ideas that I want to start experimenting with, you know. Because along with this, I have to do I get to do like a step-by-step sort of tutorial with it. Alright, let's go back to these trees, hey? Oh, maybe, I don't know. Will you collab with other fellow artists? Definitely. Definitely. That'll be fun. I think I can, even with this bloke, change these things. These color. Alright, so we might change this to what? Maybe like a darker color. Just to have them stand out. There we go. I think that feels cool. And then maybe even have the boots like a deeper, more tan color. And that's the benefit of having this all in one layer. So you can just come in and do stuff like this instead of going back through layers and dicking around with figuring out where everything is. Yeah, it just changes the color up a little bit. Whether I like it or not, don't know. So there's a nice little opportunity there to get some cast shadow onto the other leg from this leg. What's my opinion on using many different kinds of brushes? Do you, boo? I don't think they make you any better. They can give you nice, like, different textures and a certain look that you might be going for. But relying on them as a crutch, I don't think is good for development. This is why I try to be a little bit more simplistic in my brush selection, but that could change as well, you know. But yeah, no, they're cool. Put it this way, I'm not out there grabbing every new brush that comes out. Can I share my art PSD? I want to practice your style. Because this is a client project, I don't know if I can. I'll have to double check. But the PSDs shouldn't really matter that much. Klutzy, how you doing? Good to see ya. It'd be great if you could, or any of your... Yeah, that might be something to look into in the future, the reviewer. Good suggestion. Klutzy, the progress on the illustration is amazing. Thank you. Anything still puzzling you, though? Yeah. How these forms are going to read. Making sure... like the balance between like really rendered versus more like, yeah, try not to go super rendered with it all. That's the balance that I'm trying to hit. And that can be tricky because my brain wants to just be like, render the whole thing, render it all. Which is not helpful. I'm from Australia. Where are you from, the reviewer? Yeah, the reviewer. Clatsy, yep, same thing from me. I like to keep rendering everything, but I'm interested to know what areas you would pick to be highly rendered. I guess maybe not highly rendered, but let's say where I'd spend a little bit more time would probably be in his face and the alien's face, right? Because those are the points of, and maybe him in this area and the alien in that area, right? Everything else can be a little bit looser, I think, but it's still got to read. It's still got to be consistent with the lighting and all that sort of stuff. So that's something to have a play with. And we'll see how we get on with it. It's okay at the moment, but it can quickly sort of get away from us. The reviewer, I'm from India. Oh, nice one. All the way on the other side of the world. I appreciate it, Tepo. But far from it. We got a ways to go. But no, thank you for the kind words. Let's have a look. The reviewer, your real name is Omi. Cool. Alright, I'll try and remember that. Omi. Quite like this song. What am I not liking about this? Yeah, I agree, Omi. We need to clean up a whole bunch of stuff. But no, definitely. I think even the hair could be sort of more buoyant. Or more bouncy, however you want to say it. So it's getting sucked up into the vortex that will be there eventually. Artepo, so if I can ask in your opinion, drawing on graphic display or iPad Pro or graphic tablet is better? And by the way, I'm using graphic tablet, but I'm asking it in general. They all have different purposes, right? So your iPad is mainly going to be for sort of on the go, but not even anymore. Really, like all these are so capable of doing whatever you want it to do. It's really going to be up to you on how you like to work. I did that last post of mine from The Last of Us of Bill and Frank. I started the sketch on the iPad, and then I transitioned it into Photoshop, where I just use the tablet to draw. So I don't really have too much of a preference for this sort of stuff. For the longer efforts, I do enjoy a larger screen is the only thing, but I say this time and time again, Wacom, if you're out there, baby, I'm open to that new 27-inch big boy, because that would be amazing just to take, because this is 27-inch that I've got in front of me, just to take that and just go for it. That'll be wicked. One day. Ash, looking at the piece, it makes me feel jolly. That's good. And I can hear ELO, Mr. Blue Sky playing in the background as if it were a scene of a film. That's very cool. That is a massive compliment. Thank you. No, I'm feeling bloody jolly working on it. For now. Unless things start to go awry, but they're feeling okay at the moment. Let's clean up some of these shapes. Omi, can you give me some suggestions? I'm not able to draw the outlines of portraits and not able to render them properly. Unfortunately, Omi, that's a very, very broad question, which I don't really have the capacity to answer right this second. But I'm looking to do some more, I don't know, what did you say, like more tutorials and that sort of stuff. Thumb guns, wow, Ben, what an art nerd. That's me, baby. Appreciate it, Blissful. My brain's good, I think. Thank you for asking, Sugar Beats. Welcome back. This whole thing needs to be rounded out. So let's, what do we do? We collapse it. And this should, if I'm thinking about the wireframe, this should sort of wrap around like this. So feels a little bit better. I appreciate it, Thumb Guns. Oh, you just got power back. Oh no. That's good though. Aha, glad to hear you're having fun with the oil paint, Sugar Beats. Yes. Ben Gobert. Yes, I am. I guess you could say, yeah, I am a full-time artist slash content creator. I guess you could say, although that gives me the willies. Saying that, there's something weird about that, but that's how I make my living at the moment. So, yeah. These dogs, I'll tell you what. Not a fan. How's your future hat brand going? Good. It is something that I'd like to do eventually. This needs to be rounded more. The issues that I'm looking to squash at the moment are where something doesn't look round. So this is looking too flat here. So what I want to do is come through, maybe with the airbrush. Just round that out a little bit more. Even here, this is looking too flat. Alright, so just rounding those forms out. And I think I've got to go in a sec, guys. Unfortunately. I've got to put up a fence. Mark, I watched your stream on the telly. And let me just say, your voice is so soothing, I fell asleep, but that could also be due to the stream starting at 4:30 a.m. for me. Yes, I think that was probably more likely than not. But no, I appreciate it anyway. No worries, Sugar Beats. Legrand, welcome back. Just about ready for the end of stream, unfortunately. Sugar Beats, I'd watch this if it was an animated cartoon. Cool. That's a good stamp of approval. Regis, hey Ben, are you going to do the transparency of the ear? Yeah, I don't want to play that up too much necessarily, but I think I might have to because I really enjoy doing that. So we can play around with doing a bit of that. Oh no, hold on, we're on the wrong kind of layer to do that. There you go, you got a little bit of ear transparency going on. We can even start thinking about how Fresnel is going to affect him. So he's going to have potentially some of that background reflecting on his skin, which can round him out even more. And even some of this blue. Scattering, that's what I want. Both axes. There we go. So this is just a quick whoa. Quick way to sort of smudge. Need to bring back the saturation though, in the middle of that transition, so that's fine. Alright, I do have to head off in a moment. I don't want to keep going. Oh, I don't want to go. This is too much fun. I'll put up a bloody fence. Alright. On this note, I must see you all next time. Alright, I've got to stop myself. Okay. Duncan, welcome back, just in time for me to head off. Okay, we're getting there. Slowly but surely rendering some of the forms. Stuff's not looking quite right. I think it's got to do with a bit of the shadow here and there. The values are looking okay. I think the eyes, we play around with the eyes. We make them similar to this guy. I think this guy seemed a little bit more like his eyes were a little bit bigger, which could help as well. But yeah, no, the forms are coming together. The background's sort of staying in place. Then we can start putting some of the lighting effects of all this stuff going on here and all this. Uh-oh, I've picked up the pen. Can't help myself. So like all the quick. I'll just choose this one. Like this, like the anti-gravity sort of deal. And what that's gonna look like. Then we like knock that back, and then we can have like little like wispy bits going around it, so we can be like, and we can have it like offset, so like it looks, so it's not just a gust of wind, it's like bringing some of the, it's like glass almost. So maybe even have a bit of reflection of this going. So yeah, so we can have some fun doing that. I have to stop or else I'm gonna be in trouble. I bloody missed it. Oh no. Hold on. Hold on. Let me just follow up with chat. Waynuta, I really like your style. Thank you so much. Thank you. The reviewer, I do, Omi. Just look up Ben Eblin Design on Instagram. Oh, Christian, shout outs. Go follow Christian Nee. He's in chat right here. Go give him a sub. Some of the most underrated podcasts and sort of art content there is out there. I'll give the old stamp of approval. Thank you, Sugar Beats. I'll make sure to rest and look out for the animals. Catch you later, Thunguns. What are the blue circular thingies? Where? Anyway, I can't. I've got to get going. Catch you later, Duncan. Zane, appreciate ya. You guys. All right. Thank you again, everyone. It's been an absolute pleasure, as always. Thank you for keeping me company. And I'm going to do some work on this in my own time because I've got to get it cracking. I've got to get it going. But next week it should be a little bit further along, and we'll sort of probably polish it up or do like a retrospective and then start a new thing, which will be fun. Cool. All right. Catch you later, everyone. Have a good rest of your morning, evening, afternoon. Good night. Or good, it's 4:47 here, so good afternoon, evening. Catch you later, Legrand. All right.